And welcome everybody to our Tuesday, April 23rd commission meeting. And I would like to invite Reverend Omar Reyes from St. Albans Episcopal Church up to the podium for a prayer. And if Commissioner Flowers would do our pledge after, that would be great. Please all stand.
Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day, and I just wanted to say before I pray that we all woke up this morning, we all have many things to be thankful for, and all of these lovely people here did not wake up wondering how to make your life more miserable. They woke up wondering how they can serve you, and if we come with a spirit of service, things go so much better, don't they? Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, who governs all things in heaven and on earth, mercifully hear our prayers and bless this assembly of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. Grant unto them and all who are gathered here the spirit of wisdom and understanding, that they may discern the common good and work faithfully for the benefit of all. Guide their discussions with charity and forethought, and help them to make decisions to uphold justice, peace, and welfare of the community. Give them grace to serve with integrity and to seek not their own glory, but the betterment of those they represent. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you, and the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I asked Commissioner Flowers to come and join me because she's the one that brought to our attention your great accomplishment. So I really want to recognize the Gibbs High School basketball team. On March 2nd, Gibbs High School won the Class 4A championship in Lakeland, Florida. This is a great accomplishment and a testament to the hard work and dedication of these players, as Gibb has not won this championship in 55 years. So we are so proud to have you here, and we have something for each of you. And I'd like to ask Coach Larry Murphy if he would come on up and recognize these players, and we have a plaque for everybody. And then there will be photos taken afterwards. So so once you get your plaque, don't leave. Kind of stick around up here, all right? Just kind of back up out of the way so other people can come up and get theirs. All right? Thank you. Good to meet you. Congratulations. That's outstanding. You want to have a couple words and then announce who they are?
Okay. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Larry Murphy, head basketball coach at Gibbs High School. I've been the coach at Gibbs for 20 years. It's been a long journey for us. We've been to the Final Four the past 3 years, and you know we've lost in the semifinals, and then this year we were finally able to pull it off and become the Class 4A state champions. So, you know, I'm just elated to be honored and have the team honored by the county. I mean, we've been honored by St. Pete, a lot of the different places in the community of St. Pete. So to be honored by the entire county, you know, is such a feat for us. So at this time, I would like to introduce my coaches, my one assistant coaches that's here. I have 5 other assistants, but they aren't here. But the one that's here today is David Russell. Come on. Okay, and then I'm just going to introduce the players. First, we got freshman O'Neal Delancey. Got Junior Gerald Lewis. Junior Atron Eubanks. Junior Bobby Crawford. Freshman Brandon Perkins. Freshman Ronald Williams. Junior Mathis Roberts. Junior Jacob Daniels. Jacob Daniels was also chosen as the Class 4A State Player of the Year. Fernando Maynard, Jr. And last but not least, Isaiah Medina is also a junior. And I also have some assistant coaches that aren't here. I got assistant coach Daryl Miley, assistant coach Brandon Spivey, assistant coach Anthony Perkins, assistant coach Walter Brady, and then also assistant coach and principal of Gibbs High School, Barry Brown. They are not in attendance. And also, and I don't know if everybody noticed, but this team has no seniors, so hopefully we'll be able to bring it back home next year.
All right.
All right?
So we're going to come up here. We're going to keep the tall ones in the back.
That's pretty much all of them. This.
If you're the tallest, go to the back row. If you're not the tallest, go to the front.
Now, that is exciting. I love having 55 years. That's incredible. Congratulations again. Next, I would like to bring up Sean Noggle and a group of students, I believe you have students with you, from Lift Academy to join me at the podium. Sean is the executive director of Lift Academy, which stands for Learning Independence for Tomorrow. And I will, do a shameless plug. One of my grandsons goes to their school, and it's an incredible school that has grown exponentially, and I'm just proud to have it in our community. So I do have a proclamation for you. It's right here, but I'm going to summarize it if that's okay. Okay. So today we acknowledge the month of April as Autism Awareness Month in Pinellas County. and presenting Sean and his students with a proclamation. LIFT has maintained 95% high school diploma graduation rate since it opened in 2013 and has achieved a 100% graduation rate for the past 3 years. They provide essential job skills, social and emotional skills, and internships to prepare adult learners for employment. These exceptional impacts for the students and our community are so worthy. In addition, LIFT offers a comprehensive family resource center with more than 100 vetted community partners and resource aides in the service deliveries for family with neurodiverse loved ones. I ask that we all embrace this as a moment when everyone can take the opportunity to better understand autism and the challenges we face in meeting the unmet needs for so many of our families. Sean, would you like to introduce some of your students for us that you brought and say a few words? Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's so great to see you. Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. As Kathleen mentioned, my name is Sean Noggle. I'm the Executive Director at LIFT. And it is so incredible to be here today and for everyone to recognize Autism Awareness Month and Learning Independence for Tomorrow. This Board of County Commissioners is very involved in this community. Often in today's world, we see a lot of people kind of playing office, playing politics, and we're so fortunate to live in a county where y'all actually do the work, you care about your community, and we look to make Clearwater our home for the next 100+ years. At LIFT, we believe in our students having their own voice and speaking for themselves, so I will let each of them introduce themselves. But I do want to thank all of you for the opportunity to be here, letting you know that autism prevalence rates are on the rise. It is now affecting 1 in every 36 children and 1 in every 45 adults. So it is something that we are very passionate about. And for those of you who are not familiar with us, we're less than 5 miles down the road. If you have a neurodiverse loved one of any age, starting in age kindergarten through adulthood, we would recommend you check us out on our website. Come in, take a tour, and learn what we're doing to help change this community for the better. So I'll let them come up one by one and say hello.
Come on up here where we can see you.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Crisp.
Hi, Gabriel.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Morgan Mondello, and I'm an alumni from LIFT Academy.
Great to have you here. Oops, come on up. Tripping over the plug here.
Hello, my name is Deborah Gandarillas.
Good to have you here.
Hello, my name is Caleb Wojciech.
Caleb, it's great to have you here.
Hi, my name is Adriana Corelli.
Hi, Adriana. It's good to have you here.
Hello, my name is Spencer Belak.
Spencer, it's great to have you here. Thanks for coming.
Hi, my name is Nina Maskai.
Nina, great to have you here.
Hi, my name is Katie Maskai.
Hi, Katie. Kate, it's great to have you here, too.
Greetings, my name is Bryce Ward. I'm currently alumni LIFT.
Bryce, it's really nice to have you here. And give you this up here. So we're also going to take a photograph with all of you up front here. And so again, we'll have the tall ones in the back and the shorter ones maybe in the front. And our commissioners are going to come and join you. And thank you for all your success at school. Thanks for coming. Okay, and we also want to celebrate Earth Day and Arbor Day. So I'd like to ask Matt Hill and Barbara Hetrick with the Urban Forestry and Landscape Services, as well as Nicole Maloney, and Lauren Dewing with the Environmental Management to join me at the podium. They will be accepting the Joint Earth Day and Arbor Day proclamation. It's great to have you here. Thanks for coming. And I have one, I guess y'all are sharing. Okay. So who wants to hold this? You hold that? And I'm going to summarize. Our nation observes 2 days in April, Earth Day and National Arbor Day, to recognize the importance of protecting the environment and planting trees for a greener tomorrow. Resource conservation, natural systems restoration, and environmental protection are imperative to the sustainable future. Urban trees provide economic, environmental, and human health benefits, including filtering pollutants from the air, moderating temperatures in urbanized areas, and reducing stress levels. Pinellas County will plant 250 trees to mark the year and gift more than 400 trees to county residents to celebrate Arbor Day. Thank you so much for coming and doing all the great work that you do for our environment. Thank you so much. It's great to have you here. And we're going to take a photograph. Commissioners will come up. Thank you. I'd also like to ask Lisa Arispe, Chair of the Employee Advisory Council, to join me at the podium. Lisa will be accepting the Public Service Recognition Week proclamation. I am tripping over my tongue today over here. Thank you. And I'm going to summarize. It's pretty short, but I'm going to summarize it. Nationally, the week of May 5th is celebrated as Public Service Recognition Week. Pinellas County employees work together to deliver first-class services to nearly 1 million residents and countless visitors annually. Our county employees strive to develop innovative methods to provide services in new and cost-effective ways. Pinellas County employees are working hard to be the standard for public service in America. Lisa, I'd like to thank you and all of our dedicated employees for the important work that you do every day. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to come up here, and the commissioners are going to come up and join us. So Lisa has reminded us about the employee picnic tomorrow. And I hope we have a great fun and great success tomorrow. You all deserve a day to play. So for our partner presentation, I would like to invite Patricia Del Plasco, Executive Director of Keep Pinellas Beautiful, to come on up and join me here. And thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
So good to be here.
I haven't been out picking up trash in a while, so but it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So I'm going to give you the microphone.
Thank you.
And somebody's phone was left up here.
Okay, so it's this way, and that's going forward. Good. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Pat DePlasco, and I am honored to stand before you today as the Executive Director of our county's Keep America Beautiful affiliate, Keep Pinellas Beautiful. I extend my deepest gratitude for your continued support, and I'm thrilled to share with you the remarkable achievements of Keep Pinellas Beautiful in 2023. From educational initiatives reaching over 27,000 citizens to community improvement projects removing over 167,000 pounds of litter, our organization has made significant strides in fostering environmental stewardship and community engagement. Today, I am excited to present a comprehensive overview of our efforts, highlighting the dedication of our volunteers, the impact of our programs, and the ongoing commitment to keeping Pinellas clean, green, and beautiful. Thank you for this opportunity to share our accomplishments with you. Keep Pinellas Beautiful is a nonprofit organization committed to cultivating environmentally responsible citizens through education, engagement, and empowerment. Our focus areas include litter prevention, waste reduction, conservation, beautification, and community greening. We aim not only to enhance the appearance of our communities and the health of our ecosystems, but to instill a sense of community pride and ownership among all who participate. In 2023, Keep Pinellas Beautiful conducted a staggering 713 educational events, impacting the lives of 27,323 citizens across the county. Our educational initiatives are comprehensive and diverse, encompassing traditional classroom presentations, online courses, and interactive events such as Kids Can Cleanup. The Kids Can Cleanup consists of elementary school children from kindergarten through 6th grade. What truly distinguishes our approach is an unwavering commitment to integrating education seamlessly into every facet of our programs. By doing so, we ensure that volunteers of all ages are equipped with the knowledge and understanding of environmental stewardship through the immersion and hands-on experiences. This holistic approach not only empowers individuals to make meaningful contributions to their communities, but also fosters a deeper sense of connection and responsibility towards the environment. Our community, we participated in a number of community improvement initiatives. Our community improvement initiatives, internally called our in-between projects, are projects that are between our larger anti-litter campaigns. But these initiatives have yielded substantial results, as evidenced by the removal of 60,675 pounds of litter by a dedicated team of 12,953 volunteers participating in 459 programs. These endeavors extend beyond mere cleanup efforts to include beautification projects and conservation activities, creating a ripple effect of positive change throughout our community. By engaging individuals, neighborhoods, and businesses in these initiatives, we not only enhance the physical appearance of our surroundings, but also foster a sense of connection and shared responsibility for our environment. Our adoption programs and litter hotline are vital components of our efforts. Volunteers participating in our adoption programs tirelessly cleaned and maintained 921 miles of public areas spanning parks, shorelines, alleyways, and communities. Their dedication resulted in the impressive removal of over 65,000 pounds of litter, significantly improving the cleanliness and aesthetics of our shared spaces. These volunteers are the backbone of our efforts, embodying the spirit of community service and environmental stewardship. Their impactful contributions not only beautify our surroundings, but also inspire others to take pride in preserving the environment for future generations. The Litter Hotline, operating with efficiency and urgency, responded to 265 calls from concerned residents. Swiftly addressing neighborhood litter issues. Through these calls, we facilitated the removal of an impressive 34,000 pounds of litter, effectively mitigating environmental hazards and enhancing community aesthetics. This proactive approach to addressing litter concerns not only preserves the beauty of our neighborhoods, but also instills a sense of trust and reliability in our community engagement efforts. By promptly responding to each call, we demonstrate an unwavering commitment to maintaining a clean and vibrant environment for all residents to enjoy. This is what we're in the middle of right now, and it's very crazy in our office. We have had 89 community improvement events just these last 2 weeks. So my staff is having fun doing it. Anyway. In 2023, the Great American Cleanup, Keep America Beautiful signature event, rallied the support of over 4,000 dedicated volunteers who enthusiastically participated in 170 projects throughout Pinellas County from March 1st to June 30th. Their collective efforts yielded remarkable results, including the removal of over 22,000 pounds of litter, the planting of 2,442 native plants and trees, and the eradication of 41,962 pounds of invasive plants. This event not only beautified our communities, but also fostered a deeper sense of environmental stewardship among participants, highlighting the power of community collaboration in preserving and enhancing our natural spaces. In partnership with the Ocean Conservancy, Keep Pinellas Beautiful coordinates the local International Coastal Cleanup, the ICC, and it's a crucial and annual initiative running from September 1st through October 31st. During this period, our organization diligently records and addresses litter issues through our county's watersheds. According to the EPA, over 80% of all litter ends up in our waterways. The ICC not only focuses on cleaning up litter, but also plays a significant role in providing valuable data for global anti-litter initiatives. By collecting and analyzing data on the types of and quantities of litter found, we contribute to the development of strategies and policies aimed at mitigating marine pollution worldwide. The Big Clearwater Cleanup. The Big Clearwater Cleanup stands as a testament to our power of collaboration. Through a joint effort with numerous partners, this initiative mobilized 818 dedicated volunteers who worked tirelessly to remove almost 25,000 pounds of trash from parks, beaches, and roadways. This collaborative endeavor exemplifies the community's commitment to preserving the natural beauty of Clearwater, showcasing the impact that can be achieved when individuals and organizations come together for a common cause. In 2023, Keep Pinellas Beautiful embarked on significant endeavors to enhance community engagement and environmental education. One notable achievement was the revitalization of MLK Corridor in the city of St. Petersburg, a project aimed at improving the aesthetic appeal and environmental quality of this prominent area. Additionally, Keep Pinellas Beautiful organized 2 high school environmental leadership workshops, providing young individuals with the knowledge and tools to become effective stewards of the environment. These workshops not only instilled a sense of responsibility for the environmental conservation, but also empowered youth to take tangible actions to protect and preserve their local ecosystems. Keep Pinellas Beautiful introduced our first Coffee and Conversation series last year to better engage the hospitality community to address environmental best practices to our visitors new to Pinellas County. Through these initiatives, Keep Pinellas Beautiful continued its mission of fostering environmental awareness and empowering future generations to create positive change within their communities. Now, the total impact, so we take all those numbers and we add them up together. Keep Pinellas Beautiful made a substantial impact on the community through 641 educational presentations. We reached countless individuals fostering environmental awareness and responsibility. With the support of 20,089 dedicated volunteers, we spearheaded almost 1,300 community improvement projects, resulting in the removal of an impressive 167,281.96 pounds of litter. Furthermore, our efforts extended to the preservation of our natural landscape with the planting of 3,537 native trees and plants. These collective endeavors not only beautified our surroundings, but also yielded tangible financial benefits, as our volunteer-driven initiatives saved taxpayers over $1 million in labor costs. Everything we do at Keep Pinellas Beautiful is driven by collaboration, whether with our volunteers, partners, or sponsors. We are defined by the relationships we develop within the communities we serve. These numbers reflect more than just improvements in the county. They are a reflection of the dedication and collaboration of community members to create a cleaner, greener, and healthier environment. On behalf of our board of directors, staff, and 20,000+ volunteers, I extend my deepest gratitude for the support from Pinellas County. We couldn't do what we do if it wasn't for your support. Together, we will continue to keep Pinellas beautiful for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. We're going to do a picture, I assume. Are we? We're going to do a picture with Pinellas, keep Pinellas beautiful, if you all come on up. That spoonbill picture at the very beginning of the presentation would look great in the background.
Yes, it will.
Next, we're going to go to Citizens to be Heard. And first is Patricia Kirby. When you come on up, Patricia, we need you to state your name and your address. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Tricia Kirby, 1111 Spencer Avenue, Clearwater, Florida. Thank you again. I'm here with another mission, same mission as last time with the trees. So we just heard all these wonderful benefits of the trees, like how great they are. The urban forestry people, 250 trees planted, 400 trees given out to residents, and I applaud all of these things. And as a former federal forest ranger, of course, this was in Alaska, but still, it applies. I can tell you that these little trees are going to take 10 to 20 years to start making the differences that you heard about these people discussing. And this is for our Arbor Day proclamation and for Earth Day. But I want to ask how many trees are being currently cut down in Pinellas County and how many have already been cut down? I know I ask this over and over again, but I really would like to hear the answers from this. Duke Energy claims they are cutting out cutting down our trees to prevent a tree from falling and knocking over a high voltage transmission pole. This is not the little small power distribution lines from home to home, but these really gigantic lines that go down the county. So fact, I would like you all, as the people in power, to ask the company how many instances they actually have on record of a tree falling and knocking down one of those gigantic poles. I want actual numbers. And you guys should know this because, you know, the county, if it's county land, you get called if a tree knocks down an electric line. So you should have some of that data, but they should have it as well. My question is, and not hurricane related, compare that to how many trees Duke is planning to have cut down, the size, the species, age, location, because they're planning this on a 500-mile swath, this path of this high voltage transmission line, 500 miles of trees being cut down, 500 miles of heat island effect, 500 miles of neighbors being incredibly disappointed and saddened and traumatized that their trees are being cut down. Nobody says they moved to Pinellas County because of the concrete. They move here because of the beaches and the trees and the nature and the beauty and because they love it here, and I love it here. Duke Energy is the third most expensive residential electricity provider in Florida out of a list of 51 that includes investor-owned companies, cooperatives, and municipality-owned companies. Their profit last quarter in December was $4.9 billion. That's Duke. They're a for-profit company. When is their contract up? St. Petersburg is shopping around. I'm going to encourage you all to shop around as well for a municipality-owned utility. Please protect us from these for-profit bullies. They are abusing your citizens. They are charging a ton of money. They are ripping out and destroying our community by tearing down our trees. There has to be a better way. There absolutely has to be. I know. I have faith in you. I believe in you. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have a visitor from Miami, Chris Peterson.
Good afternoon, Chris Peterson for Fortify Financial, 800 Waterford Way, Miami. I'm here again to discuss the ongoing issue between the FPFA and several tax collectors and counties around the state, including Pinellas. I do not represent FPFA. I do not have any influence over them. Neither does anybody in my organization. They act unilaterally. That being said, the ongoing litigation, the judge has recently ruled and upheld the ruling that the assessments that we originated are valid and that the tax collectors without discretion when placing these on the tax roll. I understand that's been appealed. Kind of seems strange to me given that the legislation has passed both chambers and is waiting for the governor's signature, and SB 770 solves this issue by requiring an ILA. Home rule has been preserved legislatively. Obviously that trumps the litigation, so why we're going to spend taxpayer dollars to continue fighting this is beyond me, but I'm telling you, at this point, we'd love to see some resolution. You guys have the power to do a restrictive or a curative ILA in order to get these assessments on the tax roll, get these contractors paid, these wind mitigation projects finished ahead of hurricane season, and we can all move on with our lives. If you don't want to have pace in your community, that is not going to happen moving forward unless you want it to be there. If you don't, that's fine. But this issue is not going to go away anytime soon. So we'd love to see some resolution on this. There's some news stories that have been coming out. Property owners that like their contractor, they're happy with their financing. Tax collector doesn't like the program, so they're not putting it on the tax roll. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. These property owners are being alienated based on a choice that they made for their own property to finance these wind mitigation improvements, but because, again, the tax collector doesn't like it, that they're not putting on the tax roll. That's dangerous precedent. So if the tax collector wants an ILA, let's put one together. We have a restrictive, curative ILA. We've sent a copy over. I'm happy to send it over again. I'd really encourage you to take a look at that and see if we can't come to some sort of a resolution on behalf of your constituents. Since that appeal was filed, we're starting to see contractors place liens on properties against these property owners for failing to pay because the financing isn't going through because it's not on the tax roll. You're seeing the cycle here. It's dangerous. And so we'd love, again, to see this resolved. You have the power to do this, and we can get this resolved, wash our hands of it, and be gone. So please consider this. I'll send this information around again and follow up, and hopefully we can find some resolution. So again, our only concern is to fix this problem and move on. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. David Ballard Geddes.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Based on Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of our current Constitution, this government is intent on manifesting fortifications, imposts of such, 10 miles square, as the new seat of government, fortified as despotic water jurisdictions, again under the 14th Amendment as enumerated from Article 1, Section 2 in its capture of water in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 in recognition of an actual invasion roundly assailed from Article 1, Section 10, capturing the water supply, fortifying water jurisdictions, taking our liberty, property, and life is the roundabout objective of our current Constitution in its aiding and abetting of such invasion. The roundabout in Palm Harbor is a fortification serving such political insurrection. Nobody that drives on alternate highway US 19 likes the roundabout except for the politicians and their crony cohorts. The roundabout is a subversive military establishment in support of an insurrection. The political reasoning for the installation of the roundabout isn't just deceptive, but it's a flat-out lie. There is no rational explanation for funding a $1 million obstacle in the middle of alternate 19 equipped with palm trees as an unnecessary blockade in the middle of the road. Meanwhile, there is a traffic jam on US 19 30 years long. US 19 needed overpasses clear through Weeki Wachee 30 years ago, which is still today neglected and remains unfunded in an overdeveloped state that has produced more tax revenue than any other civilization in the history of the world. And you just got caught in a big lie. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Pastor Mack. Is Pastor Mack here? Oh, there he is. I have the post in the way. I couldn't see him.
I'd like to say good afternoon to the Board of Commissioners. What a wonderful group you guys are. Thank you very much for being here. I like to come, and again, I like to come with simple stuff. I always like simple, little menial stuff. I don't like complicated stuff. But anyway, I come to say, as a street preacher, I'm used to preaching primarily to street people. And really, I find a lot of street people we're not always street people. They came from big jobs, big homes, nice families, a lot of them, but they end up being in the street. Now, what we are called to do as preachers is to get people to understand really how simple life is. Life is really simple. God made us. We became sinners. He provided a way out for sinners. The name is Jesus Christ. There's no other way out. Now, of course, we got all these other isms and schisms that's going around teaching something different, but Jesus Christ is the only way out. So all we do as preachers is encourage people that no matter where you are at, no matter where you are, God placed you there. And no matter how big you are, you don't get bigger than God. But the bottom line is Christ is there to take you through. And no matter how big you get, you can come down. And no matter how small you are, you can come up in the Lord. That's the way he provides. Philippians 4:13 says, "For my God shall supply all of your needs according to his riches and glory by Christ Jesus. God promises that. God promises that he will meet all of our needs all the time. He promises in Psalm 84:11 that no good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly. So God is calling us to walk uprightly. Now, he wants to meet all of our needs, but he wants us to recognize he's God. As we recognize that, then the more and more we trust and the more and more we see that he really meets all of our needs. You know, I came from a family where I guess it was popular back in the day. Men would not stay with their families. My dad didn't stay there. So I had to figure out ways to make things work a lot of time. But it seemed like in spite of Dad not being there, God was there. And so I didn't really learn that till later on. All I'm saying is to us today, I want us to recognize it don't matter where you're at, God is here for you.
Thank you, Pastor.
God bless you.
Next, we have Alicia Shuloff. Alicia, pre-registered to be here in person. Is Alicia here? Okay, we'll go on to Philip Zangara.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me talk for a minute. My name is Philip Zangara. I live at 101A2 Antilles Drive in Seminole. I have taken this out of the ordinance book. It's section 122-63. I have a copy for all the commissioners. It's a real simple thing. There's a rule in your commission book that trucks are not allowed to drive on streets that are marked no trucks, unless they could go to the nearest street to their destination. I've tried to get with the Sheriff's Department several times in the last 2 months. I was actually at the Sheriff's office where I was told at the front desk that nobody in that building would talk to me and demanded the desk says, we can't enforce all the laws. So I came here to ask you people. I'm tired. I would like people to know that I could sit in my front yard and watch semis go past my house, public semis, beer trucks, Pepsi trucks. The other day I had a sheriff at my house and an Allied moving truck drove right past us. And I said, he got in his car and did nothing. Okay? It's just, out of the 5 sheriffs I've talked to, none of them know about this at all, because they will not send a traffic division officer out, and they say there's nobody to talk to. So last time I called, I asked for the sergeant of traffic, and they sent a regular patrolman out. Nevertheless, all I would like you guys to do is one thing. Try to talk to the sheriffs to put something out there to enforce this rule. I also have maps on the back of this where the signs are and where we need 3 more signs. And that's all I want to do is ask you for help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Any commissioners have anything they want pulled? Otherwise, I would look for a motion for number 8 we're going to pull. Okay. Before we go to a motion and a second, I do have somebody who wants to speak on number 7. Dimitri Golosnoy. Did I say that correctly? Is Dimitri here for number 7? I don't see Dimitri. Just, check out back.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes.
ask which one we're pulling? What number?
Number 8.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Dimitri must not have waited. So I would look for a motion and a second then for the rest of the consent agendas.
Move approval of the balance of consent.
Okay, so I got that from Commissioner Long as a motion and Commissioner Flowers as a second, and then number 8. Oh, I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, now we can move to number 8.
Yeah, thank you. I just really wanted to give a shout out to the Inspector General who continues to do work on behalf of residents in this county. At the request of individuals, we can make those requests. Staff can make the request, in which case they did this time for in the most recent constructively critical audit of the Directions for Living Services Agreement. I just really wanted to say thank you. I thought it was a really well-done report, and I move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Eggers and a second by Commissioner Latvala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And we'll move on to number 24.
Item 24 is a third amendment to an agreement with Yellowstone Landscaping. This adds 2 locations to their contract.
Are there any questions or discussion?
Move approval.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Long. If the clerk could pull up the voting cards so commissioners can vote. And who are we missing?
Commissioner Scott.
Are you a yes or no? I'm a yes. He's a yes, so that passes unanimously. We can go on to number 25.
This is a ranking of firms with an agreement. So this is Flagship Aviation Services for janitorial services at the airport.
Questions or discussion?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. If the clerk could pull up the voting cards, members vote. And that passes unanimously. Go to number 26.
Item 26 is a demolition of a vacant property located at 3925 Moore Avenue, St. Petersburg. This has a special magistrate that authorized and ordered the demolition of the property. This will be conducted, and then a lien will be placed on the property for the recoupment of cost.
Yeah, I have a person that wants to speak, David Lee, and he's in favor. David, do you want to speak? Great. Come on up. You've got 3 minutes, and be sure to state your name and your address.
It's David Lee. I live in the Neary Park neighborhood in the Lellman CRA, and I wanted to speak in support of this today. I think it's actually a really big deal for our community. The amount of nuisance that this property has caused, you can't really overstate that. And this goes back not just a few years, it goes back several decades through multiple owners. And the county, I'll tell you, has spent an enormous amount of money responding to call after call after call after call. The state as well, and then also our community through diminished values. And I think it's relevant in this case to point out that this was a single-family parcel operating as an 11-unit drug hotel. And so they didn't have the zoning clearance to do that. They did not have an approved use to run a hotel in the middle of a neighborhood. And so the authority existed the whole time to take this action. You had the authority the whole time. And so we're finally doing it. And I think that's a really big deal. It's really positive. And so I don't know what changed, but I'll take it. I hope this becomes a template for extreme nuisance cases. And I think this is really going to send a message to some of our other problematic out-of-state owners. And I think we're going to see a lot of positive change. And I just want to thank our local code enforcement officer, Patrick, who just spent countless hours on this over and over again. It never gave up, put herself really in danger a lot of times responding to stuff. And we're seeing a good outcome out of it, and I hope this becomes a template and that it continues.
Thanks for coming, Dave. We appreciate it. Any other comments or questions? Discussion? Got a motion by Commissioner Scott?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Long. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards for commissioners to vote. And that passes unanimously. Number 27.
This is an award and acceptance for the Ed Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program. This is a countywide grant program, and the breakdown of the expenditure funds are located within your packet.
Any questions or discussion?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers. Second by Commissioner Long. If the clerk could bring up the voting card, commissioners vote. That passes unanimously. Number 28.
This is a First Amendment to an agreement with Aptum Environmental. This is all of our coastal management, environmental consulting services. You have kept them busy this year, and so this adds more money to be able to do more good work.
Any questions or comments, discussion? Kind of motion by Commissioner Long. Second by Commissioner Scott. If the clerk could bring up the voting card. Members vote. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to 29.
This is a Florida Shared Use Non-Motorized Trail Network Agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation for the Pinellas Trail. This is Phase 4. So this is one of the gaps are remaining. So you can see the breakdown between most of the costs coming from the state and partly matched with penny money.
Any questions or discussion? Motion by Commissioner Long, a second by Commissioner Scott. If the clerk could bring up the voting card. Commissioners can vote. And that passes unanimously. We move on to number 30.
30 is a hazard mitigation grant, or grant program, grant application and maintenance agreement with Florida Department of Emergency Management. This is for the acquisition of repetitive loss properties. You can see the breakdown of over $9 million, almost $10 million in grant funds matched by 3.3 county match. There's no specific parcels. This is to have available for individual parcels that we've
We have a
drafted.
question from Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get an understanding of where the county match is coming from. Is that from grant funds as well?
No, it's a variety. So it's funded through the Restore County. Well, why don't Kelly come up and explain it? That'll make it easier than me reading.
Kelly Levy, Public Works Director. Yes, the match is from the Restore Act. It's the state expenditure plan. We have just over $3 million allocated for acquiring flood-prone properties in that plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd look for a motion.
Move approval.
A
Second.
motion by Commissioner Justice, a second from Commissioner Flowers. If the clerk could bring up the voting card, commissioners vote. And that passes unanimously. Under 31.
This is a specific purpose survey of maintained right-of-way. And this was on 46th Avenue North. Found certain area did not have written conveyances. I think staff briefed you on this item. Recommend approval.
Any questions or discussion?
Move approval. Second.
We got a motion by Commissioner Scott, a second by Commissioner Flowers. The clerk could bring up the voting card. And that passes unanimous. We'll move on to 32.
This is approval of a state and local fiscal recovery funds reporting requirement form for the grant funds associated with the Dunedin Causeway Resiliency and Adaptation Plan.
Any questions or discussion? Motion by Commissioner Long. Second by Commissioner Scott. If we could pull up the voting card. Commissioners vote. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 33.
This is the third amendment with Motorola Solutions. This is for public safety communication products. So this is a variety of different things they pull off of that. During the last contract period, they spent $2.7 million. Under this next period, they estimate spending about $3 million. So this is for them to be able to replace and update Motorola products.
Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Eggers.
So The original award was done in '22 for $2.7 million. And it goes through the end of '26.
Correct.
So this is additional within the same contract period.
Correct.
So is it
So that they
just an
did.
explanation as to what we're doing?
Jim,
You
come
don't-
on up. My understanding is you're purchasing equipment, now it's into a new year, and you need additional authorization to expand that
That
contract.
wasn't figured in the original contract.
Correct.
Good afternoon, Jim Fogarty, Director of Safety and Emergency Services. This is the contract where all county departments and some non-county departments purchase their radios, their mobile radios, their portable radios. This contract was from 2022 to 2023. There was a non-cost extension because the state bid, which is the premise of this contract, had some delays. And so the amendment, the second and third amendment was a time only. This is to extend that for another 3 years with a not-to-exceed amount of $3 million. Safety and Emergency Services is one of the many departments that buys radios. We estimate over the next 3 years, we'll buy about $1.8 million of radios.
So the original was for that 1 year?
The original was not to exceed in 1 year of.
1 year, okay. It wasn't a contract over
It
5
was
or
not.
6 years. Okay, thank you. Move approval.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Long. If the clerk could bring up the voting card. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 34.
34 is an amendment number 3 to an agreement with Advanced Disposal Services at the landfill. I think Joe briefed you on that, installed these transfer trailers to make safer operations.
Move approval.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Scott. If there's no more questions or discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting card. Okay. Who are we missing? Commissioner, there we go. That passes unanimously. Move on to number 35.
This certificate of public convenience and necessity for Choice Trans as a non-medical wheelchair transport provider.
Questions? We got a motion by Commissioner Scott,
Second.
second by Commissioner Eggers. If the clerk could bring up the voting card. And that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 36.
Under item number 36, I did speak, or at least leave some voicemails for each of you over the last day or so. I am not going to be asking for the board to take any action on this matter.
Okay. And then any reports?
Yes, under number 37, if you all will recall, again, I spoke individually with each of you about a phone call that we received from the Attorney General's office asking if we wanted to weigh in on a question that has been posed to them where they deemed us to have an interest in what the outcome may be. We do, in fact, have an interest and would like to weigh in on that matter. What we need from the board is a vote in support of that because the Attorney General requires that we provide minutes of the meeting along with our legal memo in support of the position we'll be taking. So if I could ask for a motion to approve the County Attorney's Office to participate in that is what I'm seeking here today.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Flowers and a second from Commissioner Latvala. Do we want an all in favor, or are we pulling up a voting card? Okay, we got a card up, so members vote. That passes unanimous.
I have nothing else, thank you.
Okay, and then we'll move on to county administrator reports.
Commissioners, no report this time.
Okay, we'll move on to number 39. And this is to appoint the citizens for the Seminole Sports Association. I believe we need 4.
Yes, Commissioners, you have 4 citizen appointments for the Seminole Sports Association, and then down below, you have 3 representing the 3 different organizations.
Yes.
I'm hearing from our clerk that you all might want to move on while she tally votes, because you are searching
Okay.
for 4, so this could be a repetitive.
Okay, so we're going to move on to Commissioner New Business. And I'll start with Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to start by giving a shout out to my city. Clearwater Beach was in the Travel and Leisure magazine as in the 15th best white sand beaches around the world's list. And most importantly, they were the only beach in the United States that were included on that list. So congratulations to them. And they were also mentioned, Clearwater Beach was also mentioned as one of the 20 best beaches in Florida, which we already knew that, and one of the 25 best beaches in the United States, and one of the 9 best beach towns in Florida. So congratulations to Clearwater and Clearwater Beach. As regards to some of my recent activities, last week I had the honor of attending the honor flight with Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Flowers, and that was a really neat experience. And if y'all have never done that, I encourage you to do that. We met a veteran who was 99 years old, World War II veteran, and not to be outdone, we then met a gentleman who was celebrating his 100th birthday on honor flight, who was also a World War II veteran. And the 99-year-old was in World War II. He was in Vietnam and in Korea. And I think was an old friend growing up with Commissioner Eggers. Of course. But it was a really special and neat experience. And so I encourage anybody and everyone to go to the next one. I don't think it's on the schedule yet, but it is a must-attend event. Last week, the Largo Fire Station 39 had a groundbreaking. I attended that with Commissioner Scott. Also, there was an Amplify Clearwater legislative reception. Commissioner Scott was my date to that as well. Coach Dudley had a memorial service that I attended at Northeast High School. He, as has been mentioned many times, was an absolute treasure of a man and will be missed. I toured a fascinating company in my district in Largo called Advanced Impact Technologies. They do high-impact glass for schools, government buildings, embassies, all sorts of stuff, but it's located in Largo. And I also attended the Man Up and Go gala and charity auction last week or two ago, and their mission is fighting for the fatherlessness in our community. So that's been my report the last couple of weeks, so thank you.
So on honor flight, did you just meet them when they landed, or did you fly to DC with them?
Yeah, no, so they go up to DC for the day, tour some of the monuments in DC, and then when they come home, there's a kind of a parade and the baggage claim area for them. And so we all 3 stood together, and there was a time where you could dance. I was not one of there. Maybe there was one of us that danced. I was not that person because that would not have been a very good sight. So, but I can tell you, I can tell you that of the 3 of us, there is one really good singer of the bunch, and it was not Commissioner Eggers, and it also was not myself. So.
Okay, Commissioner Eggers.
Well, I would second that about the singer part, but I do remember, Commissioner Flowers, that somebody to my left was trying to do a little dancing.
I saw him.
Yeah, he was. I mean,
And he was on beat.
he was.
He was on beat.
Anyway, it was a really wonderful event, and what was pretty striking when you talk to the folks, you talk to the individuals about their trip and how awesome it was, but they say nothing compares to coming home through this welcome. So folks that are thinking, well, maybe I ought to go down, no, it probably doesn't make a difference. It makes a big difference to them, because many times they never got a welcome home. You know, many times with the Vietnam folks, they got trashed. The rest of them probably just came home. You know, there was no welcome, so to speak. So anyway, they went on and on about that. So just really a special night. FICSA is a group that takes care of library services and recreation for North County. And because of a lot of the challenges this past year, I'm going to start going to some of their advisory board meetings just to kind of listen in to maybe where some of this is coming from, some of this noise that we've had for the last 9 months that just keeps going. And I challenge the board that, this is a good governance model, the one we have in place, and take care of it and make it right and do good by it, so that you guys can take care of any issues that are going on and it doesn't go anywhere else. So anyway, just letting you know, I'm going to try to start going to some of those advisory meetings to check in. Really appreciated the Raising Standard workshops for our retail pet stores. We got some really good feedback. I think of it as kind of a three-way arrangement going forward. One, our stores for transparency and accountability. Two, our residents for understanding the financing, the pet origins, about vet checks, about Florida's pet lemon law options. And then the third group is us, providing continued and increased website education. So I think there's a lot of work in progress, and certainly hope that Doug passes the baton properly to the next folks that take care of it while we get a new person in charge. I attended the Noise Abatement Task Force. There seems to be continued focus on the quiet time, more scheduling of flights during the quiet time. It's one thing to land in the quiet time from 11 to, I think it's 8 in the morning, when something happens out of their control and they land. But the scheduling in the quiet time is rising. It's obviously controlled by the FAA. We have a really good relationship with Allegiant, but with the expansion of the airport, there were some concerns expressed about, well, that's just going to put more flights in the quiet time. And I said, well, it might provide more opportunities during the regular time to reschedule some of those late night flights. So anyway, our folks do a really good job of having that relationship with Allegiant. But I really appreciate the candor and openness. We had 2 residents there speaking. And I think it's a good thing that we provide that avenue for input. Let's see, met with the Klosterman Preserve folks. Looks like they're at about 75%. Now that all the agreements have been signed by the county and that group, they're working on the last 25% of the funds needed for the larger donors, and so they're just now starting. They've made some contacts, but now that they have all the documents done, they're moving forward on that. I went out to Earth Day birthday at Booker Creek, really a nice event. Every time I go out there, it's so relaxing. You start to drive down that road back to the preserve, and it just kind of, after, in traffic the whole way, and you're stressed out, and then you can get to that place and kind of chill out. So it was really nice. Talk about a 25,000 square foot building with exhibits that are in the process of being changed and upgraded. 9,000 acres, 5,000 volunteer hours for full-time people, which is unbelievable. The big thing, this among many things, was oysters, oyster beds, how to do them, bees, and how to get into that, hobby, if you will, or business. It was kind of cool. Carolyn Cheatham Rhodes from our Urban Forestry and Landscape Services was there as well. So it was just a really good event. I think it was from 9 to probably 3 o'clock. So really want to commend the group out there that does all the volunteer works for the area. So and then let's see. I think that was all I had. And my mom, who passed away in '08, would be her 92nd birthday today. So happy birthday, Mom.
Yay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My report is somewhat brief, I hope, although we have had a lot of activity going on at Forward Pinellas since the last time we met, and we did a lot of approvals for routine items that we've been working on with our Transportation Improvement Program and our amendments to the Unified Work Program budget. We received a clean audit for the 2022-23 fiscal year. The main substantive items were updates on several major planning efforts underway. We got an update on potential concepts like an elevated viaduct for improving US 19 in North County while maintaining business access. The public input will be critical before any preferred alternative is selected. Staff presented the transit system plan work identifying top corridors for enhanced transit and redevelopment potential through 2050, and there were some questions about the evaluation criteria. The active transportation plan update was overviewed prioritizing trail and bike facility projects countywide through 2050. The draft transportation priorities list for federal funds were reviewed. Some projects in St. Pete may need adjusting based on a pending zoning vote. Other highlights were the upcoming opening of the Gateway Expressway, legislative updates on transit funding bill, and a report from our planning intern. Overall, it was a very substantive meeting, moving many major long-range planning efforts forward for the county. Commissioner Peters, I don't know if you want to give the report on the Clearwater Free Clinic or not, but are you sure? Okay, well, Tony and I took a tour of the Clearwater Free Clinic, and it was very informative for me since I had not been there before. But it provides comprehensive medical care at no cost to low-income, uninsured residents of Upper Pinellas County who don't qualify for government assistance but can't afford private health care. It's been serving this mission as a nonprofit, volunteer-driven clinic since 1977. The clinic offers a full range of primary and specialty care services on site, including office visits, EKGs, labs, x-rays, women's care, a diabetic program, and medication assistance. They also connect patients to community partners for certain diagnostic procedures and hospital care when warranted. They really are doing vital work to build a healthier community by ensuring access to care for the underserved, uninsured population in North County. They rely on donors, volunteers, and community partners to carry out their mission. The clinic does try to be a one-stop shop for the uninsured in their area. It was very impressive to see their dedicated staff and volunteers providing quality care to those who would otherwise go without or overburden emergency rooms. The clinic fills a crucial gap for hardworking families who make too much money from Medicaid but not enough to afford insurance. Last Friday, I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to sit down for coffee with Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Buttigieg. And I thanked him profusely for the dollars from the Federal Transit Agency for the Sunrunner line and shared with him that the ultimate goal was to take the Sunrunner up and down 19 and hoped that he would still be around to help us with that when we got to that place, whenever that might be. And that's the end of my report, Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers.
No, thank you. I won't say anything bad about my colleagues at the Honor Flight 49. We had a fabulous time, though, really, had a fabulous time. There was one gentleman who fought in the Vietnam War, African-American gentleman, and he was crying, saying, "We were not received like this when we came back home." So that was kind of touching to hear stories like that, but also to see the women who fought in Desert Storm and the number of people coming through with their teddy bears, their gift bags. So thank you so much for sharing at our previous meeting, Commissioner Eggers, that it would be nice if, you know, some of us could make it, and I really enjoyed my time there. And meeting some new friends too, so I really enjoyed my time there. Congratulations for the Bayou Court groundbreaking. Thank you, Chair Peters, for allowing me to represent the commission. We did a ceremonial groundbreaking today. It's on 6th Street and 42nd, right diagonally from Coquina Key Shopping Center. That facility will have all market rate units. This facility will have 60 units that are 2-bedroom, 2-bath, every last one of them, 80 to 120 AMI, specifically for teachers and employees with the city of St. Petersburg. So that was really nice to meet Tyler and the others. I am going there to do a work day. They're gonna allow me to drive some heavy equipment, but I'm not pouring footers, so I told them that already. But it was really, really nice, so thank you for that opportunity. And again, it's our dollars at work in partnership through the Housing Compact with other municipalities. There will be a Black Maternal Health Workshop this Saturday, April 27th, at the Jordan Park facility called The Legacy. So that's the conference room in the new senior building for Jordan Park. It's from 10 to 12. Dr. Marilyn Fudge is an OBGYN. She will be there to talk about health issues for African Americans who may not seek medical care prior to giving birth and what can be done about that. There were some additional dollars that were passed through the legislative session with a focus on trying to raise awareness in this area. So Representative Rayner will be there to talk about that. And there will be 2 ladies who actually had some concerns that were close to death experiences that will be able to share their journey as well. There's going to be breakfast served, so if you are interested in coming and swinging by, you're more than welcome. There's an event tonight called The Great Debate. I've typically gone, but I'm going to miss it. It is fashioned after the movie with Denzel Washington, The Great Debate. But it's a wonderful opportunity to see high schoolers on a stage forging a true debate like back in the day, and just seeing the knowledge that they have to ascertain over the years. So if we get out maybe a little early, we can make it to go down there. But congratulations to the young teens who participate in that. Yesterday, I had a Florida Association of Counties Executive Committee meeting, just really a wrap-up and planning for the legislative conference going forward. So by all means, anything that you all would want the league to consider taking on as one of its major items, please start thinking about that, kind of working it out so that we can make sure that it's in line to be discussed. We've been pretty successful, I think. When I say we, I mean Pinellas County. We've been pretty successful in the things that we feel not only address issues in Pinellas County, but statewide. So please get those in if you can. I attended the Senior Hall of Fame at the Mahaffey Theater. That is recognition of individuals who have been nominated by community residents. There's a whole voting process, but it was a wonderful event. Some of the honorees, inductees, you may know some of these names: Dr. Mindy Ligon, Teresa Jones, Norma Roberts, who was a teacher with Pinellas County Schools, retired and then went back to work for the GED program. J. Carl Devine, who was one of the first people on the front lines in the 80s for HIV and AIDS, and he was honored for that, for his work in that area, as well as a gentleman named Tommy who started right along with him, and they're still focusing on that because unfortunately HIV and AIDS and the transmission of that is still a concern in our community. So it was a fabulous event. They got awards. For the people who reached out to me, I bought them roses and presented it to them, but everyone was a winner. Everybody there was a winner. Congratulations, but sorry to see her go, to Carla Mitchell in our Public Works Department. She retired on the 18th, and they had a party for her. I wasn't able to make it, but I got a card over there to her, so congratulations, but sad for us. And then just thank you again for recognizing the young men from Gibbs High School. My parents went to Gibbs, so it's special. I didn't go to Gibbs, but my sons did, but it's really special. And if any of you recall the name of Freddie Dials, he was phenomenal. And every year they would win championships when he was a coach. And when I was on the school board, I was able to get my colleagues to support naming the gym after Mr. Dials. His name is ingrained in the actual floor. And then all around in the rafters, you see now the photos of those individuals who went to Gibbs and made it on to professional sports. So it's Sean King, of course, who went on to play for the Bucks. He was there. It's Winky Wright, my cousin, who, of course, went on to do some wonderful things in the boxing arena. And it's so many others up there. So thank you all so much, because those young men, some of them have a lot that they have to deal with in order just to make it to school. So to make it to school, keep your grades up, and to be a part of a wonderful program like that opens up doors for them for their future. So thank you all so very much for agreeing to honor them today. The coaches are super proud. I got each one of them Starbucks gift cards. And I guess Starbucks is all the rage for young people now, because they were super excited, over the moon. I thought they're not going to really want these gift cards from Starbucks to get a coffee and a treat or whatever. But they were like, we got this, we got them, we went, you know, so they hang out there or whatever. So thank you all so very much. They are super excited. And if you have a chance during next basketball season, go see them and cheer them on. We're hoping that they can turn that around, because that's huge, where your school won something 50-plus years ago, and now you've brought it back to them. So it's a wonderful, wonderful thing, and I want to thank you all for doing that for them. That ends my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hopefully it won't be 50 years. Bogasega won the title in 1986.
Oh, wow.
So hopefully it won't be 50 years for Bogey.
Supposed to get it back.
Just a couple of things. I attended the Arts Conservatory for Teens Champion Breakfast the other day with, most of you know, Dr. Alex Harris and the great work he does with our teens. The ribbon cutting for the Publix Sportsplex at the Spear YMCA, the new development there in Northeast St. Petersburg. Attended the CASA annual gala Saturday night. They had a huge crowd, packed the room to support the good work that they do. A great evening with them. A reminder that we are collecting cereal for the Cereal for Summer program in our lobby. I can see the cart is starting to fill up, so thank you for those who've donated. I just emailed a picture out to show you the cart and then the haul that I've got to get out of my den before some point at home. But next Wednesday is the last day that we're collecting to take down to their big collection point, so I appreciate that. And then just an FYI, I just came across my email today that the City of St. Petersburg has received its first development application filed under Florida's Live Local Act, a 304-unit apartment development on 22nd Avenue North, just east of US 1934th Street in St. Pete. So I guess we'll see more to come on that kind of thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see. I attended, I guess it was about 2 weeks ago, Governor DeSantis had a bill signing down at the Urban Stillhouse. I attended that with multiple other elected officials. Also attended, along with Commissioner Justice and several other elected officials, the grand opening of Fire Station number 19 in Lowman. And Commissioner Justice did not try to dance, but he did speak and did a fine job.
I had sharp objects.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, he was the official ribbon cutter, and they actually, those big scissors actually work. They're actually effective. So quick update on Tampa Bay Water. We had a meeting there last week. We had a presentation of the proposed budget, which includes increases to both the uniform and the variable rate. However, we're considering the possibility of using rate stabilization funds to potentially offset that. Approved a grant agreement with FDEP for expansion of the surface water treatment plant to be completed in 2028. That will increase daily supply by 10 to 12 million gallons. Also, a long-term master water plan feasibility and development alternative program update that included several potential new water supply options to address the 25 million gallons per day additional capacity needed between 2033 and 2043. Updates on the progress of the desal plant repairs, which is on budget and on schedule right now to be completed by this October. And we have had above average rainfall through March, which has moved us out of the drought territory for now, the Tampa Bay region. However, year-to-date demand is 6.2 million gallons per day higher than last year. I had a meeting with Mike Sweezy at the St. Petersburg Economic Development Corporation to hear about what they've got going on down there. Attended with Commissioner Latval to amplify Clearwater post-legislative reception, and also Largo State Fire Station number 19. Groundbreaking. Last week at Historic Preservation Board, we approved a certificate of appropriateness for repairs to the Ozona Village Hall, and May is Historic Preservation Month, and I believe on May 17th we'll be issuing a proclamation for that. Yesterday, I was invited by Oldsmar Mayor Saraki to be on his podcast, which was a lot of fun. And then finally, this past Saturday, played in the county golf tournament. So,
How'd you do?
I did all right. I think our team was, well, we didn't win, I can tell you that. But I think we shot a 74, our team. So, actually, I think we beat Barry's team.
Two better than ours.
So there you go. But it was a lot of fun. Good time. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
so I'll do my brief, and then we're going to go back on that, just so you know, I haven't forgotten. So I did visit with some folks from Orlando Health, and I was doing a couple interviews for girls with Girls State. Next week, I'll be speaking at the Tampa Bay Regional Roundtable. It'll be in Tampa, hosted by the Southern Group. There'll be quite a few of us that will be speaking on a panel for Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas. I think it's just the 3 counties, but I'm not sure. Next week is also the meeting with Purdue University. I'm looking forward to that. And then also Lift Academy, like I said, it has a special place in my heart. They are having a fundraising event gala for Derby Day next week, so I'll be attending that as well. And then looking forward to working on the PSTA budget, which will be upcoming, I believe, next week. So, or the following week. It's coming up soon. So budget this month, next month, lots of budgets. So if you want to go ahead and we'll get the tally on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board has selected Jacob Stowers and Rob Ehlers with 5 votes each, and Robert Groover and Michael T. Powers with 4 votes each. Additionally, Madam Chair, there's another vote. We can do a voice vote for 3 Seminole Sports Association board nominee appointments.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposition? Okay, then that passes unanimously. And if there's no other discussion, then we'll recess until 6 o'clock, and we'll see you then. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call this April 23rd public hearing to order. All right, great. We're going to start, Barry, with number 41, or actually, thank you, our clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 41 is case number LDR 2402. This is the second of two public hearings to consider a proposed ordinance amending the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 134, General and Administrative Provisions, Chapter 138, Zoning, Chapter 142, Airport Zoning, Chapter 154, Site Development, Right-of-Way Improvements, Subdivisions, and Platting, and Chapter 158, Floodplain Management. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, do any commissioners want a presentation? No, I'm seeing no. Then I would, I don't see any public comment cards for this item. So we've got an approval for, oh, we have a question from Commissioner Eggers.
Kevin?
One of these times we're just gonna. Thank you for reminding me. Just a question. I got in a letter from, I think others got it too, from John Landon asking a question about the role of the DRC in the process. And so maybe somebody could just explain about the oh, hello there. About the role of the DRC. And his comment was, if you have all the work with the staff up front, why do you need the DRC approval process, and what role should they play? So that was just a general question.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director, Building and Development Review Services. So 2 clarifications. One, this ordinance update eliminates what has been a major constraint with allowing staff to optimize multidisciplinary input to the development community as early in the process as possible. Currently, while we're a committee, the DRC, it is subject to the Sunshine Law. This update will remove that constraint. What Mr. Landon is referring to is saying, well, if we have that collaborative input up front, why do we need the DRC going beyond that? 2 reasons. The first is that about 1.5 years ago, we updated the DRC process to bring predictability and certainty. We have actually defined review periods. The day you file a site plan, you're scheduled. Without that, previously, applicants would have no idea how long an application would take, whether they'd have a meeting scheduled in 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. So this has been entirely righted and corrected about 1.5 years ago as far as that need. The other reason that we need the DRC is that applications that rise to boards higher than this committee, whether it be to the Board of Adjustment, to the local planning agency, and of course then to this board, the board still serves as a collaborative body where a staff report will follow and rise up to those boards to help inform their decision-making.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions or discussion? So we have a motion from Commissioner Long and a second from Commissioner Scott. If we could pull up the voting cards so commissioners can vote. We are waiting on Commissioner Scott. No, you're there. No, we're there. Passes unanimously. And we'll move on to number 42.
Agenda item number 42 is case number LDR 2403. This is the second of two public hearings to consider a proposed ordinance amending the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Section 154-52, and the Pinellas County Stormwater Manual, updating Parts A, B, and C of the manual for unincorporated areas. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. One letter of concern has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, do we want a presentation? Comment or discussion, questions? I look for a motion. Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. If we could bring up the voting cards, Commissioner can vote. I do not have any public comment cards for this item, correct? No? Okay. Commissioners vote. That passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 43.
Agenda item number 43 is a proposed ordinance enabling the county to impose and collect an annual non-ad valorem special assessment levied solely on property owned or leased by hospitals to fund the hospital-directed payment program. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 11 letters in support have been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. Barry.
Just one clarification, Commissioners. In your write-up, down where it says the amount the county will receive for processing this, that should be $150,000, not $150 million. So we tried. It is budget time, and we tried, but that needs to be just a clarification for that purpose. The other thing it says in here that it will not need to be budgeted. Just clarification. We'll have to bring back a resolution to actually appropriate and budget for this.
Okay.
Just that two clarification. The resolution is correct as is.
Okay, so noted. Is anyone looking for a presentation? No. Okay, I have several public comments. So I've got Colleen Ernst. Colleen, you'll have 3 minutes if you would state your name and your address.
Hi, Colleen Ernst with Adelanto Healthcare Ventures. I'm a resident of Hillsborough County in Tampa, 2001 East 2nd Avenue, Unit 2, Tampa, Florida 33605. I'm here in my capacity as a consultant for several of the hospital systems across Florida and for many of the systems here in Pinellas County. Staff has, I believe, explained the program to you, but the heart of the program is really about ensuring that citizens of Pinellas County have access to quality care. Through this assessment on the hospitals send funds to the county sends those funds to the state, and by satisfying all of the federal criteria that are in place for something like this, a special assessment on hospitals only, those dollars qualify for federal match. And that pool of funds goes to provide a uniform rate increase in reimbursement for historic Medicaid services. So because of this program, hospitals are able to sustain what is a chronically underfunded program of providing indigent care and Medicaid care. So because of your work today, no citizen in the county faces a new bill, no other business faces any kind of financial obligation. Only the hospitals make their payments through the special assessment, and they receive the benefit of having that available reimbursement increase.
Next, we have Carrie Eisenbus.
Wrong one. Okay, that's the document camera. Good evening, I'm Carrie Eisenbeiss. I'm the Chief of Staff at Baycare Health System. Address is 2985 Drew Street, Clearwater, 33759. I'm here to speak on behalf of Baycare. As you know, Baycare operates 5 hospitals in Pinellas County: St. Anthony's, Morton Plant, Meese Countryside, Meese Dunedin, and Baycare Alliant. I'm here today as Baycare's representative to express our support of the Commission's adoption of an ordinance enabling the county to impose and collect an annual non-ad valorem special assessment of hospitals to fund the directed payment program. As Colleen mentioned, this is the first step forward in moving forward with the directed payment program at a county level, which will help us continue to meet the growing needs of healthcare services in Pinellas County. This funding mechanism has been approved by the state of Florida and CMS, the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services. Even before the public health crisis, most of Florida hospitals were only reimbursed a fraction of the costs they incur in caring for Medicaid patients. Today, there's close to 4.8 million Floridians covered by Medicaid. As it stands now, Medicaid reimbursement typically covers less than 60% of every dollar spent on care. That gap has been known as the Medicaid shortfall. Through the directed payment model, all hospitals in Pinellas County will be assessed via a non-ad valorem special assessment. This will then be matched by the federal government. By fully leveraging these federal dollars, Pinellas County will help ensure greater resources to serve the community's health care needs, which Baycare is proud to be a part of. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you for being here. And next is Ryan Quattlebaum.
Good evening, Chairwoman Peters and honorable members of the Pinellas County Commission. My name is Ryan Quattlebaum, and I serve as the president and CEO at Advent Health North Pinellas in Tarpon Springs, Florida. I'm here to express support on behalf of Advent Health for the Directed Payment Program's Local Provider Participation Fund ordinance you're considering this evening. The Direct Payment Program allows private hospitals to partner with the county in providing care to those in the greatest need, unlocking federal funding to address the Medicaid shortfall. Long and short, Medicaid on average provides 60 cents on the dollar in terms of cost of care that's provided to health hospitals for Medicaid eligible patients. And so with this program, hospitals can close that gap. Private hospitals and healthcare systems in Pinellas County provide that vital healthcare service that's crucial to the local community. Since its inception, the Direct Payment Program has been a great success and has generated critically needed funds to support hospitals and enabled continued positive economic impact in the region at no cost to citizens and businesses. This funding provides Advent Health North Pinellas the ability to meet the needs and close gaps in funding for those patients that are most vulnerable and most in need. Thank you for your support on this matter, and we look forward to working with you and partnering on this critically important program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, for coming. And next I have Alicia Schulhoff.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Alicia Schulhoff, and I serve as president of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Similar to the sentiment shared on behalf of our patients, our medical staff, and employees, we are so very grateful to the state of Florida and this county commission for the opportunity to fully participate in the Directed Payment Program. We also thank our fellow hospitals for their enthusiastic support of this program, and we pledge, as we do each and every day, to use these important supplemental funds to advance the care of the children we serve who depend on Medicaid. These supplemental funds will allow us to continue to provide Medicaid-dependent children with all the care they need to lead healthy and productive lives, to allocate resources to train future providers, and to advance our research mission to the benefit of all children. This is a transformative moment in achieving our ambitious and important strategic plan to better serve children and families of Florida and beyond who have entrusted their care to us. Thank you so much for your consideration and support.
Thank you. And I have to agree, this is a transformative moment. And for every hospital to come together and agree to do this for the sake of our citizens is huge. And so it's a big deal. I know it wasn't easy. I know it was a lot of work. But you all came together, and it's really a great thing, and it's a great thing for our citizens. So thank you for the hard work. So does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Justice.
Not a question. I just wanted to echo your comments about the community coming together, and also want to express my appreciation to our staff that did all the work on our side of the ledger for it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Questions or comments? So Commissioner Long wants to make a motion to approve. We have a second from Commissioner Eggers. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards. Okay, Commissioner Flowers is absent right now, so that would pass unanimously with a 6-0 vote. Thank you. Is there any more comments, discussions, questions? Good for the business of the county? No? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something I thought about during our break here, we had a gentleman come up for public comment earlier about the trucks in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And it just occurred to me that those drivers likely aren't even aware of the fact that they're on roads that are not allowed, that don't allow trucks. So I think if we were to send a letter from, I don't know, maybe the county administrator's office to the safety directors of some of those bigger companies like Publix, the ones that are in there all the time, just advising them and delivering to them a copy of the roads that do allow for trucks, and they could give those to the drivers. I mean, that's not going to solve all the issues, but it would probably help a lot. Because I guarantee you that most of them are just not even aware of it.
I think I'm going to throw that to Barry when he's available. So, Commissioner Scott, I'm going to reiterate, there was a comment today during public comment about trucks going down residential roads where trucks are not allowed, and maybe sending an ordinance to those large corporations. I know we talked about moving trucks. I'm not sure what all, I know my staff met with them and it's going to get more information, but he suggested us sending a letter to some major corporations about our ordinance because they probably don't even know it exists. So I think that's a recommendation for staff to look into.
It is.
Mike, please.
No, it is.
Probably very hard to get information like that out, you know? And remember, our ordinance is probably different than city ordinances and, and what's that? Oh, she also said the streets are signed,
Streets are signed, yes.
you know? But, yeah, we can look into it and get back with you on what we think we can do.
To the safety directors of some of those companies that are in there all the time, like just Publix, it's just one that comes to mind because they have their own fleet of trucks.
I mean, you would know, I mean, better than anyone about, I guess, if they do train their drivers to look but, we can certainly look into it and see what we can do.
Do we know?
I don't know the fine level, do you know? I don't, no, we don't know the details on that.
Right.
And I don't recall if it
Yeah.
said it in the ordinance that he provided to us.
I didn't see it. No.
And I'm sure it's a tiered kind of thing. So, I think it's something we take to the sheriff and work on it. And I know my office is going to be working on it, and I'm sure other offices are probably going to be working on it. So, I don't know about the letter, but I know we'll be reaching out to the sheriff.
Well, if either the chair's office or you want me to reach out to the sheriff rather than 7 offices contacting
Probably
them,
better,
that
yeah.
might be better. I'm sure he'd appreciate that,
Maybe a letter of contact from him, somebody from his office. There.
So we can, and we can follow up with the sheriff and work with him.
Okay.
But let me report back to you on what we come up with. That way, we'll close that loop.
Okay, great. So any other items for discussion? Then I see this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your week.
Okay. So